Hello, hello, hello! I am Kasasagi Usagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV. We are going to immediately hop right into it because we have a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. We have to get through so much. So, let me hop into chat with Miss Q. Hello, Miss Q.
Hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Alright, do you know we're supposed to be in a Reverence Toll, yes?
Yes, I do now.
Okay.
You standing next to Tataru.
Tataru. So we've talked to all these people before. Not quite like that. But let us be off. Tataru has a request for you. Ah, Akali, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Look at you, a bot. Oh no, a carpenter. What have you been carpentering?
Nothing yet. Just getting the quests.
I have a better staff. Where is it? There we go. Diamond Forge. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone? Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Akali. All in good time. Aha! Found you. Alvino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. I believe Tataru is a Garlean spy. What? I've seen some compelling evidence on Twitter.com.
Twitter.
No one would tell lies on Twitter.com.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
He's bringing up a good point, though, because this is the first time the Scions have all been together, but there is no leadership, because Manvilia is gone, and she is not returning. So who leads the Scions?
And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I think that's a bad idea.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
This boy has a poor history of leading anything.
As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice.
Shut up,
Though I
Ingrid.
concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
It should be Urianger.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
That's still like...
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
Hello, hello, Rosary.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, If there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Sorry for that lengthy cutscene, Rosary. Rosary, who is a rabbit VTuber as well, drew the cutest little picture. I think it was a speed paint, I think she said, and it is very adorable. It's very cute. It's on Twitter. I reblogged it with great purpose. We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah yes, mayhap the Elder is the finer man after all. I believe she said her name was Banego. Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside. Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and 'twas an honor to witness their demonstrations firsthand. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryl in caring for her patient. Orchard, in particular, seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficiency of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated by our two young mages here. Is she really? Let me see. Yeah, she is. Why does she do that? There we go. Well, I just started casting. Okay. It's weird that she does that sometimes. I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him abed, and I miss the savoring cup of tea alongside his usual observations. I kiss all the NPCs. I could give big smooches. Tataru and Kryl took that resistance fighter to a more private chamber so that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Where are we going? Ishgard. I like that we have become the voice for Ishgard.
Hell yeah.
I like that. Wait, oh, not the broom. I winged it. God darn it. I'll just walk. Walk in shame. Do, do, do. Do, do. Ishgard's night music is so good. So what's happening here? Emmerich got all kinds of friends. It's because of all the new players, but it's so weird to see so much life in Ishgard. It was such like an abandoned place for so long. I wonder what the Reach looks like. The Reach is also a dead zone. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What brings you to Ishgard? All his hundreds of... Oh. I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you here, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the immense of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloo that he is to lend in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Akali, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment, and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Gosh. I wonder who our Ishgardian envoy is going to be. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. I think I can just teleport to the Gates of Judgment. Hell yes. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council? As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emmerich nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. I don't think he would recommend himself because he's Lord of the Temple Knights.
It isn't Lucia.
He's like, surprise, it's me! Let me go with you. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing at the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. I didn't know you were a fan of Sir Emmerich.
Of course I'm a fan of Sir Emmerich.
You have kept your NPC favoritism very close to the vest. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's none of your business. It's between me and Emmerich.
I hate this part. Genuinely. I am glad that Sir Emmerich's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim it to prowess his expertise in both politics and warfare. Aren't you cold? Aren't you just so cold? Okay. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Akali? You may see a familiar face. So, the previous runner of Camp Dragonhead was, of course, Orshafant. And he has since been replaced. Akali, old girl, how wonderful to see you. And Sir Emmerich, too. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Onryo. We shall be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Q's not gonna like that, apparently. Huh, the villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Don't talk to me. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet, we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honryo's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. Ugh. Do not give up. Do not give up. Look at the loft.
I see them.
That's such a good name. Probably the Conjurer's Guild, right?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, he's right here. Oh, I know where we go have meetings, so. It seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe that Belsiar's Wall and wretched Alamigo lie but a few short miles away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Sir Emmerich is ready to attend the council. It seems we have an escort. We are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand, a pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Now we head to the Conjurer's Guild. Oh, Jesus. That harp was so loud in my ears. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived? Very good. This way, if you put... Ah, and the Lomensian party as well. I'd hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Akali, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort? Lady Akali, I was glad to hear from Royal and the missing science have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Oh God, you have yet— oh good, you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Elfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Akali, and Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hoped to thank Akali for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, I was but waiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit kept me in the shadows. No apologies necessary, Mistress Yuguri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance pleas for aid is a matter of record. Ever so, the Alliance leaders were painfully unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Reverend's Toll, Yuguri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalima and Nita fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. To Reverend's Toll. Oh, hell yeah. Even now, I'm astonished at how closely Mistress Elisée resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other, until they open their mouths, of course. Welcome back, Akali. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. You're gonna want the spaghetti. The spaghetti. The spaghettis. I get the eggnog. Elisée seems eager to discuss the council's decision with the other scions. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you returned from the council. As a healer, there is a lot to drink about on a daily. You've returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, and so we'll know soon enough if there's any changes in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Arzian Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. Gita, you cannot be serious. One does not lightly go to war with the Grarlian Empire. Quite, to open hostilities with due consideration would be to invite disaster. If there is only some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Balsar's Wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo. which may equally serve as a way in? Precisely. If all were in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? You want... So you say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared the shadow with the shinobi. I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient in an infiltration mission. Gather numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryle and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail with you to accompany me, Akali? Gridania will be far safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain in the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. If you have unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Balsor's wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves upon it. I suspect Tataru would have trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I can see she has her hands full nursing the Resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I'm confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffins' fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I am no ninja, but I did spend some moons in the Sharlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yaguri and my humble self, Ida and Papalymo will be well protected. Oh, Kali, there you are. Come. Emissary Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of his neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which will it be? To be best to decide before we enter into negotiations? Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. shit. Sorry, Pippin. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. Whatever Pippin was saying wasn't important. He was probably just saying hello. If memory serves, I have not seen any of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Report? What? 7 hells! Fighting has broken up on the top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Possible! We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may not yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Akali, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the 2 of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from this course, and they are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge at the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready for the ready to bear the Scions to safety? I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through this storm. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in liberation for our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have 2 objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we will have enough time. Okay. Are you ready, Miss Q?
I'm ready.
You got a lot of boys coming.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab this dog. Or he'll be a problem later. Uh-oh.
God.
I know. You're gonna be okay. I will keep you alive.
No, it's just I want to catch them all. That's what I'm
Yeah.
going. Oh no, too.
Just make sure you're throwing all your cooldowns. Nicely done.
I moved them all because I thought that guy was attacking Mochi or Moko over here.
No, awesome.
He was just an archer.
Just a ranged asshole. Oh, cool. Sorry, I didn't know grabbing that dog would trigger the others to come.
Oh god.
So, we gotta kill the ones that are tethered to people first, because they do a lot of damage. It's true. We are the invaders. How does that make you feel?
I feel fine.
Okay, so this boss has a mechanic called something caution, which means you have to not move. Not even auto attack. You have to untarget the boss and just don't move. It'll be like a little red square with an exclamation point around you. But let's. And that is.
Do I worry about those?
No. I saved a life. I have used all my big heals on that black mage. Ooh, almost got obliterated. That man had 100 health.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's not this boss. I remember. Maybe I'm missing confusing fights. Or maybe it's the second boss. I actually think it is the second boss. No more missiles on the DPS. 245. Oh, the gear here is better. I will take the boots then. Give me them shoes. Oh, hell yes. So, monsters will be coming from all sides of the elevator. We won't be going anywhere. We'll just be fighting in here. So whatever door opens means we'll get mobs.
Whoa.
Also.
Jeez.
It's fine.
It's totes die jobs.
Totes die jobs. What's wrong?
There was just so much that I got stunned for a bit.
Oh yeah, the hands got you.
Earring of healing, I will pass.
No, I have the best earring. I have the pre-order earring. That's a lot of damage. Hey, don't do that again. It's like, oh shit.
I am a strong Dobby.
That was almost Enzy times. If they had both decided to do that, or if they decided to do that again. Okay, this is the one that has the extreme caution that I was talking about.
Okay. There he is. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Don't move. Now you can move. So what happens if you don't move is... what happens if you move is that you get thrown up in the air and stun locked, and then you have to immediately dodge the AoE.
Oh my.
So yeah. No, yeah, this is a good boss. Don't move. Alright, we're good.
Yeah, as soon as the thing is gone, that's
Yep,
around
here.
me, I can start doing my stuff.
Yep.
Cool, cool.
You have some time to like sit still too, but as long as you are not moving when the thing goes off, you are good.
What the hell is happening?
Oh, a bunch of little guys.
Oh, thank you.
Don't move. So what happens in that particular situation? So an AoE went on him super early, but he had no caution. What you do is you have enough time. It's a bait. It's a bait to make you take damage. So you wait. You wait despite being in the AoE, and the moment caution's off, then you are able to move. Yeah, it's a trick. And he got baited. That's okay. I have also been baited by that. In front of everybody. I was doing a solo. When we get to a certain part in Shadowbringers, there's like these they're called critical engagements, and then they're big solo 1v1 duels with like you fight a boss all by yourself. And I got baited by the extreme caution despite knowing better. I panicked because I was so nervous. And I died in front of everyone who had come to watch. And I was thinking, any jewelry that drops here will not be better than what you have. You have the Shire gear. So. That's Shire is Heaven's Lord endgame. So. I just saw you standing in those circles and I was like,
I got out of them in time.
I know, but I was just like, up, up, up the stairs we go. They might accidentally pull, but that's okay.
I hate having the limit break on my bar.
Oh.
It's just there, illuminated, threateningly.
So long as it's out of the way of all your other buttons, you don't even need to worry about it. You use it twice in your entire tank career, so...
Yeah, before stream started, I was looking at, like, places to put it. Did we not attack these people? Okay.
They're fake Alliance members.
Yeah, they weren't targetable for a second.
Yeah, you're supposed to think that they're legit. And you did, for a second. Big reveal time. Oh. Shut up. I know you looked it up. Q couldn't be patient and wait a week and looked it up.
I guess you'll explain it while we go?
Yeah.
Oh, I should wait for the other guy.
Yeah, Black's not here yet.
Okay.
This boss is not so bad. You just have to be fast. I like this boss a lot, yeah. The samurai saying he's annoying. I think he's amazing. Oh, he's gonna pop around all over the place, so don't even worry.
Oh, okay.
How'd you like these?
Look away. And then get over here.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
I don't remember him being Scottish.
He's got a new voice actor.
Oh, okay.
Sloppy.
Ooh!
Yeah. Sure was.
That was a tank buster.
For Alamigo!
And your tank was busted. So we want to be in the middle one. Don't worry about him. Fuck him. We want to destroy. We're gonna want to destroy the middle sword.
Yeah. How'd you like this?
Look away.
Yeah.
There we go. So now we're safe here. Move to him.
Sloppy. Oh. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. I have to move away.
Yeah.
So my change needs to be feathered or destroyed.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you get chained, and you probably won't, the farther you are, fuck this dude, the farther away you are, the easier they are to break.
Sloppy. Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo!
So back to the middle.
I have you now.
Destroy the sword again.
Yeah. How'd you like this?
We have a look away mechanic.
Yeah!
Go towards him.
Sloppy. Yeah. Yeah.
Get away. I need help with my chains. Q.
Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry.
Thank you much. To him.
Sloppy.
Oh, this poor having a rough go of it. Black Mage is awesome, dude.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo!
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Sloppy!
Sloppy!
Yeah, that's a big meme. Sloppy! You can win a puppy in this, a minion can drop sometimes. It's a little bulldog.
Sloppy!
Sloppy! I wish I had the squat emote on this character, because I would just flex all over this fucking man.
Didn't even break a sweat, just start squatting.
Dick. Alright, let's go. Fuck this dude. Sloppy!
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
In case you have forgotten, this dude has the eyes.
did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentis.
They die that others may live.
You gotta see.
Vanguards! Attack!
I forgot about this. That it was those two.
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rhalgr, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Pabalimo! I know how that spell works!
to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
What will you do, Miss Q? What are you going to do, Miss Q?
I'm gonna leave.
You're gonna leave?
Yeah. If Hilbert is to be believed, and this is bigger than Bahamut.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing. What had to be done. Master Louisaw wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know that, alright? I know! There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Akali was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Oh, we lost another Scion for reals this time. Or if you mean what happened to Thancred's look, he lived for a year out in the wilderness as a naked wild man. What's quest is this? Louis Finest. I have to double check to make sure we don't go... Okay, so yeah, this is the last quest for 3.5, and then we do our last trial and our last raid, and then we hit the rest of these. It is plain that recent events have shaken Elfino to the core. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stone and appraise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me what the light signifies, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell a tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. It's over, Papalimo. It's all over. Can you see the big orb in the sky? You can! There it be. A new moon. It's very much like Dalamald. Just white and blue.
Will it stay there forever?
Who can say? It'll be fine. Don't even worry about it. We have to remember that there is a growing primal inside, and Papalimo is not Louis Soir. So... it is at best a temporary solution.
I'm interested to know how it got summoned at all, even though they were all dead.
He was doing the ritual long before... So Nidhogg's eyes contained an absurd amount of aether. And everyone was praying and wishing, and... So there was prayer, there was aether, and there was a desire. So, with all that hatred and anger, all those prayers and all that aether, because you're using the eyes instead of crystals, that's how it was able... It was already being kind of worked out before Ilberd died. And it's taking his last wish and becoming a primal. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something, for heaven's sake! Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, aspected aether rage. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. Without so much as a bye or leave. Pray forgive Arcania Stola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. The desire for comfort, Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with the grievous loss in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Popolimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilburd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Okay, so...
One by one, we're gonna lose them all.
We're gonna lose them all. Who's next?
Probably Ida.
I would love for it to be Ida. Okay,
Damn.
Sorry. Let's,
I'm guessing she's not then.
Oh god. All will become clear in Stormblood, and I will explain my feelings on the matter in due course. But while we are here, we should go talk and finish up the questline with Unkahali. His name is obnoxious, and I kind of just want to call him Ikabokum. Ikabokum. The last pillar to fall is the quest. Alphino does improve. I know it's hard to shake the ARR Alphino and how insufferable he was, but he has gotten a lot better. Because you didn't like Alphino at all at the beginning, right, Q?
No.
Do you enjoy him more now?
He's much better. He's definitely not hated.
Yeah. How do you feel about Alice A?
She's fine.
Oh, just fine? Okay. Unkanhali has a request regarding the final icon of the Warring Triad. Greetings, Warrior of Light, but one pillar of the Warring Triad remains, Zervin, the Egon known as the Demon. According to the histories I have uncovered, the monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mercidian beastmen. Yeah, she's very elder sibling-like. Or perhaps younger sibling. I don't actually know which twin is older, but she definitely has an obnoxious sibling quality. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervin's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such trials will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Essislaw forthwith and aid the investigations. Where are we going?
Essislaw.
Okay. I was reading chat, and then all of a sudden, all Unka Holly had was quests over his head, and I was like, wait, what? Are we done here? Alice has the very much I'm going to live forever mentality. It's very reckless. Mildly dumb. I don't think we'll be going that much over if we can make good time with these other two. I'm so excited for the 24-man. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite raids, but by God is it a disaster. No one can do it. Dunskies. I love Dunskies. This one should be fine, though. In the 24-man? Yeah, it's real good. The Void Ark has choice gear. It's exceptional. I don't much care for the gear in the 24-man raid of Stormblood, if only because It's just old school. It's old school tactic, Final Fantasy Tactics gear. Some of it's good. The last part has some choice gear, but it's just a little dull. Oh, but the near raid, mwah, mwah, mwah. Delicious, delicious, beautiful gear. Akali, it is good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops. By the standards we judge them, soldiers of the Sixth. I, once more, doth Rogula von Hydra stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Alag, and once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wards were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of the Icon. Ba, 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 ba. Oops, all casters. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought? They shared a common enemy. 'Tis not unthinkable that they would seek to free all of those Elegons had imprisoned. Yes, the cage doors are open, and whilst you stand there quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility, risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at least understood the gravity of the situation, it is time I rejoined them. I wish. Everybody loves this man. But you cannot hope to succeed. The Icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near. As of right now, you can't get any of the Garlean outfits. You can't get the Black Wolves, Nero's original. You can't get any of them. I'm hoping that changes after Endwalker comes out. And we deal with Garlemald once and for all. Allegedly. So. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. You propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me the strength that stand against our mutual foe? 'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Ysayle was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that had come before. I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment, but of course I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals, and you pursued yours. Such was the result, and mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside past grievances, to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I, too, am hesitant to accept his arrangement, Archon Y'shtola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis her involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Akali's decision. I can fight alongside the Empire easily. Zervan must be stopped. Then far better or worse, we shall fight at your side. Mistress Kryle and I are also resilient to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. I love Regulus von Hydra. I love him a lot. Our companions have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind. The demon stirs. Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the aether siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of his sustenance. Then we destroy those devices. Hold! Witness your soldiers. They have turned one against the other. Even half awake, Zervin corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. The three of us then, Akali, Unakali, we rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense. There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the Icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We have all pledged our lives to... Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. He's so brave. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! God, Servant is... Ungali! He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy. Yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in his war upon those untamable icons. Emperor Varys, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I would gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay the leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervin. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the legatus hath both prized open for us a window of opportunity. Tis not often I dare approach so closely to entities such as Zervin. How sharply am I reminded of the burden we place upon those whom are blessed with the Echo. Those wounded soldiers will live, but further battle is beyond them. I have counseled them to remain here until their compatriots arrive to bear them home. I thought Regula a cold and ruthless man, but he showed surprising compassion for his soldiers. And it also seems he played great trust in the Emperor. If Regula could be convinced that the technology for containing primals is fatally flawed, then mayhap Varys can be convinced as well. The research facility crawls with Zervin's faithful, and they will not cease in the efforts to rouse him. If you would honor the legatus sacrifice, then you must slaughter those fiends to the last. Forgive me if I show little gratitude for my rescue. It is said that the Emperor and Van Hydrus were childhood friends. Foul fortune that we should be the ones to bring the news of his death. dead. Had I only been stronger. Enough of that. There will be time for regrets after we've rid the world of Zervan. Kyle has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into proper tempor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these fellows continue their efforts to awaken their icon. Let us concentrate upon diverting them from the task. Mistress Krile and Master Unuhali, prithee secure the controls of Zervan's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archon Y'shtola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions, and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. You ready?
Ready.
If this man had survived, I think things might be very different. Because he had the Emperor's ear. And trust. Among other things. And he was fucking reasonable. Still incredibly racist, but I think like Nero, he could have been brought to see things differently. Alas, he did not make it. Well, he was. He just called us savages. All Garleans are incredibly racist. Can we fly in here? We cannot. The last pillar of the Warring Triad is set to fall. Let's see this to the end, Akali. Goodbye! The Legatus spoke truly. The thick of battle is no place to question oneself, and I shall accept any forthcoming duty with certitude or not at all. Game, I've got things to do. There we go. Yeah, thank you. I genuinely have no memory of this fight on normal. Like, zero. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervan now.
Good and evil, the war eternal. I hope he says that. Okay. If you are to be, toss on your tank stance, because it looks like you are going to be the one that have to tank. And do not, oh, well, the other warrior, do stay here with us. Oh, perhaps not. Yeah, stay there. And just move slightly as the platforms start to destroy themselves. Yeah, and just stay on that end. Good job. Alright, now you can turn him around. Oh, you're not main tank anymore. That's okay.
Oh. Take off my tank dance then.
Yeah, might as well. You're gonna need it actually in a second for ads.
My doubt is fled.
He's gonna dart that way and then that way. Okay.
I shall rise above all.
He's gonna dart across, I'm pretty
Bear
sure.
witness to my will.
Oh no, it's ad phase. Okay. Yeah, we want to kill Wits first. Not that it matters. Totally normal.
Bow to mine infallible judgment. Suffer in endless torment.
So we each have a debuff. Fire and ice. I believe you have fire. Yes. And I think you want to go where your element is, not opposite. Who fucking knows, dude? We all got a mold up, so. my bubble. What an asshole. Oh, you ate that whole thing, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wave cannon is a visual tell. When he turns, that's where he's gonna shoot. That's a very common. They're gonna fire from. They are gonna fire from wherever they're pointing.
Suffer in endless torment.
What's wrong?
I like tabbed out of the game for a second.
So we have marks again.
I have ice.
Fucking hell. I assume we did it that time.
My roll up one up.
No, you've had two for a while.
Oh, okay.
The Zervins definitely. I think Sophia was more fun. Even though it was, everyone's dead. We did it. We did it. We did it. Incredible as always, Akali. Hopefully that will be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervin. Every one of his thralls have been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the Warring Triad is complete. An impossible feat, had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of Regula von Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner and possessed by far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. 'Tis known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when we next meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. 'Tis common knowledge that Regula's rise to Legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Man, we've all been there, Sprightly. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger, without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet, my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the Warrior of Light's side. What a curious thing to say! Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew of the path I'd walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Are you ready for this little lad's backstory, Miss Q?
Ready.
You ready?
Ready.
Oh, it's still... Yes, okay. Da, da, da. Da, 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 With your victory over Zervan, the warring triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that my own efforts have been oft more hindrance than help. And you and your fellow Scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you as the Void. Though Akali knew not what I spoke, not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to her that before the cause of its ruin, a magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone Norazora's sight, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. The heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for aether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends, and none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in war which drained the land's aether in ever greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in the realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken, in my failed last stand, 'twas a white-robed Ascian who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. Elidibus has been my master ever since. At my mentor's feet did I learn the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds, and the internal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. At the self-appointed custodian of the balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning, a benevolent gesture, or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Heidelin doth teeter on a nice edge is undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master, and act as his instrument on the star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitate at the most crucial of moments. What right do I have to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unuhale. Thou needest not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, thy deeds you hold can be less import than having the faith to act upon them. Regula's loyalty to the Empire guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Akali and the others will be there to support me or steer me back onto the right path if needed. see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unahali. You're not alone anymore. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Oh, that's not nice, really. His face is a little... They just don't do kids very well. I will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands to study me there. My apologies. This is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments, says the man with goggles and a hood. I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. Thank you, Y'shtola. Call this man out. She tried to pat him, but he's like 1,000 feet tall. So it was just this awkward wave.
So we're just cool that this boy has close ties to the Asians?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's all for that. Yeah, so he's an optional thing, but here he remains for the time being as a member of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And then he holds all the EX quests for everything. For both Bismarck, for the Bug, and the other 3. We will not talk to him again for a while. He's not done though, but it will be a long time before we are able to speak with him again. You will not speak with him again, actually, because you only have the one quest leveled. When Shadowbringers happens, we sort of lose the whole job quest thing, and there are job stories instead, and there is tank, healer, range, physical DPS, and then magical DPS, and you need one of those leveled each to have completed to do each of the job stories in Shadowbringers, and when you have done all 4 of those job stories, then you can talk to him again. Which is why I have been leveling so diligently. But let us go to the Sea of Clouds. Okuzundu, I think. So yes, for you, Miss Q, until you level more, there that child shall remain. I'm so excited for Dunskies. I love Dunskies. I genuinely hope it's a disaster.
Oh no.
I do. Dunskies is fun when it's an absolute shit show. Stay away from me, Griffin.
You're already dead.
That's right. Stasia has been searching for you at Katsith's behest. Akali, Katsith just sent me out to find you. You have a proper knack for showing up at just the right time, you know that? Anyway, Katsith cracked open the tome that we got from Redia, as has been studying the Nullstone secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important, not just concerning Diablos and the Shadow Queen, but the cat himself. Come on back to the Parak, and we can hear all what he has to say together. kind of wish this wasn't instanced, but it's so small. It's probably for the best. Oh, he's right there. As I suspected, this tome was penned by a Maki sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. Its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cesar. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems that Cesar herself was responsible for summoning Diablos. But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be the one to call upon that bat-winged monster? Cesar only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these passages, Diablos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Ampador. It was when Cesar moved to protect this act that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. Only once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts and the talon feat of their new pet, the most dangerous of which was the rite of summoning Sakahath, and the method for chaining her power. And yet, even after all that they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools still had the gall to come crawling to Cesar when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Machi people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seems obvious now that the arts taught by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was that the damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Ampador. I shudder to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. But so now, 1500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought that bat-faced bastard was just some opportunist underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess. Were Cesar alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diablos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power shall I erase Diablos from existence. Heh, I like your spirit, Puss, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? I accidentally skipped dialogue again. Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet. Or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out the fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by eye, but who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly with our eyes open or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Silence. Silence, NPCs. I just have an itchy clicky finger. Just click, click, click. Leoford! Ouch! He's behind you! Ah, curse you, fiend! At long last. This is far from over, demon. We'll not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world. Then thou knowest not of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. But believe it what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock and all upon it to shatter upon the ground below. Gods, is that Radlia? Where's she be hiding that ship? I would not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The Nullstone is mine, and there is much to be done. When you look at that sorry excuse for Sky Pirate, I knew Redbill and his ragtag crew couldn't be trusted with saving the skies. Well, well, ain't I a lucky sod? 2 demons in 1 day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Radlia. Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies, and persuading our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be much use to anyone. You'd best take to your bed, old man, and let me and your champion take care of the void scent. What, so you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not be the stand-in there if it weren't for me, and even with me arm busted up, I've still got twice the pirate you are. Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leofard. We must pursue Diablos without you. Time is of the essence, and we can't afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Radley's and reinforcements, and proceed with all haste. Did the demon drop you on your head, Furball? Without me there to run things, you'll just end up getting in Akali's way, and no one's making haste anywhere until we know where we're flying to. Again, Captain Radley may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that the island where she uncovered the Machi Tome is the very location Diablos has chosen to lair. The floating marvel I spoke of is not natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the floods. The tome makes very clear references to the island's purpose, and describes in detail the void scent sorcery employed to its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for our scheming fiend. Even better, Diablos will not expect us to suddenly arrive on this secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how such an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and potentially doom the entire enterprise. So you think you're in charge now, do you, puss? Poor broken Leofard, some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a belly full of your mule in any case. Go on, fly off without me and see how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise. Captain Relia, compare the direction indicated by the ectocompass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly, and feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your venture and her fellows with room to spare. Yes, Dunskies! Are you ready for Dunskies?
I'm ready for Dunskies.
Oh, yes. Ready for Dunskies.
Why couldn't we just, like, bring him with us?
In case they get attacked and he can't fight and someone dies protecting him. It is a disaster to bring a wounded comrade.
I mean, just leave him on the ship.
Well, that's what they're fighting on the ships.
Oh, okay.
No, he does need to stay behind. But he's very mad about it. Yes.
Dunskies.
Dunskies. Come on, DPS. Come on, healer. So, Dunskies used to be so bad at the end of Stormblood because it was still tough. It was still a little bit difficult. That when people saw that they got into Dunskies, they would immediately leave. Like they would just leave and take the 30-minute penalty. That's how bad Dunskies used to be.
Woof.
And then we'd all sit at the ship and just wait for the instance to refill. But it was just like, come on.
Come on.
Come on. It's just Dunskies. Oh, we have so many dancers. We have so many dancers. You got dance partner.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so you can fall off the edge. So be mindful of that.
Don't do that.
So you can be rezzed if you fall off the edge. Okay, so we sprint towards the wall. Because if you were in that when it goes off, you die.
I wasn't in it, but I still done died.
Thank you. Gotcha. Stand between. Press yourself against a wall, because that wind is going to, not like the open edges wall. Yeah. When I say wall, I mean the purple, like actual walls.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's Doom that I have to Insuna off. Okay, so don't stand behind one, like right behind one that's gonna fall. Don't go as far to the side as you can, because that happens too fast. Look at all the dead people! I love Dunskies! No one knows what's going on. I'm gonna res an Astro in Alliance A. I fucking love this place. Towards a wall, if you can.
Oh.
I'm actually on the wrong side because he's gonna shoot a laser beam. Ah, everyone's got bleed. People are done. It's fine. It's fine. Hard casting. Don't die to bleed. Some of you might. Shit. We have to kill S. In between the lines. Uh-oh. I may have got beamed. I'm fine. Racing my dragon. So run. Well, the best thing to do is sprint towards the purple wall and get all the way to the end. And you will. Oh. Hey!
I will not die to it a second time.
Yeah! Doom again. I have it. There's also an arrange on this boss. When all the floor is covered in these tiles, we die.
Oh, neat.
Okay, so get over here to follow, because there's only going to be the one this time. And you want to be in front of the ice.
I wasn't fast enough.
Everybody's dead. I have to res my co-healer first.
Oh, absolutely.
I need fucking help. There you go. Have a benediction. Alright, and kind of MP, actually. Oh shit. Oh, beans. Oh gosh. To the purple wall. That's fine. I took a bleed. My co-healer's dead again. We almost have LB3. Watch, I'm about to become an absolute fucking hero. Everybody's LB3. That was 3 white mage LBs in a row. I saved lives with Asuna. And in between.
More people died.
Yes.
I'm alive.
We are running out of time to kill this boss. Oh fuck.
No. No. I will not waste this gift you have given me.
Where is our fucking brigade? I will take the doom off of you. We have very limited time. Get to where the rock is.
Rock.
8%? 0.8? Ooh.
Yay!
Rogue hat and rogue gloves. Good shit.
But there's 3 treasure coffers.
There's 2. Or there's 1 for each alliance.
Oh, I'm silly.
Yeah, you can only every alliance coffer has something different in it, but you're only rolling against the people in your alliance, except for the last one, which is there are 4 at the very last boss, which has like the minion and everything in it. It was exactly how I hoped it would be. It was a disaster.
Down to the wire.
Down to the wire. I love
my alliance easy?
Yes.
Okay.
You're what?
I didn't know if I was a part of A, B, or C.
You are
I am part of C.
You are part of C.
So
So
I
you're
go
gonna
over to the right.
Yes. Exactly. I would just run up in for that crystal. We're all here for the most part. This is kind of a bit of a free-for-all, but we need to kill crystals before the eyeballs.
Okay, crystals first.
and then turn away from the eyeballs. Like, turn away, because or you'll get petrified. Oh, damn it. I thought his had already gone off. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Yeah, so you want to kill the crystals before they become something else. If no one's grabbed the dragon, make sure that you grab the dragon, because it's technically on someone that's not a tank. There you go. Good job. Up the stairs we go. You should click on my name, and make me your focus target. So I'll have a special little symbol. So you click on me, and then in my main name above, make me your focus target. Because I'll have a special little marker, and you will definitely want to, follow me.
Okay.
So if you have a marker over yourself, get away from put those at the edge, because they'll create big circles of that constantly do damage. So you're getting hit by one right now. You see the knives. So yeah, just yeah.
I didn't do it though.
I know. So we're gonna want to go towards this yellow one here. So follow me. People are gonna take damage.
I did not mean to provoke, but I did.
Oh, well now you're tank. Alright, so we want to go where the gold one's going, so this other blue one. Okay, so we all have a debuff, which means we take more damage for water, which means we want to turn all these panels red. But people don't get that, ever. So we are going to take a little bit of damage, so be ready for it. This is ad phase, just kill the things as you do. They stay in place for the most part. I think it's just the fools. Oh yeah, and turn away.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay. I didn't see an eyeball but I saw the, I was putting dots on everything. So the eyeball was not in my, periphery. This is the guy that was scheming with Diablos, by the way, in the cutscene yesterday. Or not, last week. Right, get in my bubble.
Oh, I'm still tanking.
Yeah, so just do your best. Keep him turned away from everybody. Don't try and move him and spin him. Okay, so we want to go where the gold one is, and it's going into a yellow one, so we want to be at this other yellow one. There you go.
I was on my way, just very, very slowly.
No, I know. I didn't know if you were too scared to move the boss, so... Okay, the other person took it back from you, so you're good.
Oh, thank God. I didn't mean to hit provoke. It's
no,
just
you're
right
okay.
Next to my...
I do look like an asshole now, but all is well. We need to go over here if you want to follow me. This should be safe. Uh-oh. Ooh, my tank almost got this thing. I'm not a tank, so it would have hurt a lot. Okay, so now we want the panels to turn blue, but first we gotta stack. Because we have a weakness to fire. Hey, we kind of got it. Don't do that.
We turn them all to red?
No, we turn them to blue.
Oh, blue.
Because we have a weakness to fire. He puts a debuff on it. Yeah, it's something that people just, like, cannot comprehend. They just like hitting the buttons, I think. So the two blue ones are going into a blue and a gold, so we want to go between the two. Oh, he's dead. But we would have wanted to go but in between because they each had something.
Something offending? I'm gonna need on that.
It's pants! And I got a hat!
I will pass on the hat then.
Oh, I'm gonna need on that. You see, don't even have to worry about it. But yeah, need on those pants. You will automatically get them. So you're the only tank. This is another one where you're gonna want to follow me.
Yeah, I didn't take it off. I guess the heart symbol means that they're dancers. Like I have like a controller. We've got a staff.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the dancer weapon. That's what they're supposed to look like.
I know mine's supposed to be an axe, but it looks like a controller.
Shoot. Damn, this dude's melting. So we'll have a stack symbol in the middle. We have to stand in it. And then just go straight back to the edge. Not to the edge, to the edge of the yellow.
I'm just following you.
And then to the edge of this one. And then the moment this goes off, we need to move to right or the left immediately. Alright, grab one of those. Don't worry about Ultima. Aether collection jars need to go. This man also has an Unrage. He is slowly casting Supernova as we speak. Okay, and now we kill him. But we have a full LB bar, so hopefully DPS will deign to use it. Guard? I also heard Monk, and that's the bowling.
Let me rearrange my stuff for a second. Alright.
Did I win my hat yet? Or are people still rolling on it?
I didn't win my pants yet.
Oh yeah, people are still rolling. We'll get them at the end.
Ooh.
I love her.
coming.
Okay, very important. She's gonna sprout wings eventually, and you want to be between the wings, either front or back, but back is safer for you. There's no sharing team busters. Okay. Woo.
That happened so fast.
Yeah, I knew better and I
Man.
didn't do it. Okay, so in between the wings, and she turns a lot, but you want to be in between them as best you can. Because of that. My hat!
Oh, I also won pants.
Yes! Oh fuck, I'm screwed.
Oh.
I knew, her jumps have been really short, which is fucking over a lot. Don't move! Okay, so what you're gonna do, you're gonna be the hero. There's gonna be an ad that spawns, and he has to die, and he cannot be near her.
Okay.
He's gonna spawn... wherever that thing is happening, that we're moving away from, you're gonna need to grab... Yeah, grab him. Yeah, you're good. If he doesn't die, she gets super strong and just starts one-shotting everybody.
Oh my.
Oh, in between the blues? Okay. She's gonna sprout wings again. Same thing applies. You want to be in between. Get away from the person that has that. No one is ever responsible with those. Oh yeah, that happens. Wherever she has a magic circle thing behind her, and that's where she's gonna shoot her wings. Anyway, it's ad time. Make sure you have aggro on as much as you can. Oh, stand in pads. They'll have little flowery symbols. Now we attack the middle one. Group up, because I'm sure our scholar will have a shield. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it'll be a lot of the same things. She's gonna sprout wings, she's gonna do all that. Pads. Make sure every pad's been stepped on. There's one way over there that has not been. There it goes. Pads again. Get beamed.
Oh, and also a stack.
Yep. Stay away from that. Grab him. There's a stack happening over there, but... She has wings, but she's gonna die. I'm gonna put on my hat. Oh, yes. It's so good.
I put on my pants. Oh my god.
Do you love my hat?
I only saw it for like a brief second.
I know, it's very good. Oh, you can barely see your new boots. Because your boots are so high. What do we get? What do we get?
You a treasure.
Casting. Oh, tank belt.
Ooh. And put on the new belt. Hey.
There's a lot that happens with this one. And I've never actually... There's something special you have to do as a tank, but I genuinely don't know what it is, because I've never done it. All I can tell you is if there's a pad in the middle, you as the tank needs to stand on it. If there's a door in the middle, you as the tank has to go in it.
Okay.
Loved your work in Final Fantasy VIII. I did too. This is his limit break in Final Fantasy VIII is him in this moon. It's like scene for scene. Yeah, it's very good. So as a melee, you want to be as close in as possible. Obviously. If you are a caster, you need to be at max draw distance. Because he's going to do a big donut. Turn away. Well done. You can stay where you are. It's no big deal. You just destroy doors. Turn away. Nice mitigation, everybody. Stack. I was in it, and I knew better. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Oh my.
Destroy the door. Everyone's popping their shields and nothing's gonna happen for a bit. Oh, he's got dialogue, so I can't actually.
Oh my.
So he has a lot of the butterfly queen's mechanics. He's gonna sprout her wings, and you have to be. He doesn't do the clipping thing, but he does shoot like that.
Oh, I see.
So be mindful. That's what you have to be mindful of. He'll also do that ability where it created people had big circles that chase them around. You also need to watch out for that. Because people are absurdly irresponsible with them. We've broken through his shield finally, so now we watch me absolutely murder some fools.
What is that eye on somebody?
You have to stack with them.
Oh, I see.
Oh. Get in this middle door. The middle one, that's for you. I don't know what it's like in there, so good luck. Thank you. I've never done it as tank. Such a slave. Oh, you made it. Look away. How was it in there?
I want to talk about it.
Oh no!
It was fine. There was just some beast in there. And there was other people in there. Oh.
Yeah, you might get murked if people don't do it good. Oh,
no, it was perfectly fine. I was just making a joke.
Do on cue. We want to we want to absorb those balls to make sure that they don't get to him. You need to stand on that middle one.
Oh, on the middle one?
Yep, you have to be on the middle one. That's for tanks. There you go. You saved one of those DPS's lives. The other one didn't make it, but...
So it goes.
Such is life. I probably shouldn't have been in the middle of that. Stack. Oh, that tank's running away with the stack marker. Just let them beef it, but be ready to take on the take the boss. There you go.
He's on me now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Earthshakers, watch out for people that have those markers.
They should watch out for me.
That's true, but they won't. Alright, stand on you. Oh, stand on you again.
Yes.
I protect! What's done is done. I also get pants! Woo!
You got so much.
I just got a hat and I won the ninja stuff for later, but... You got a belt and pants.
Did get a belt and pants. That
Well,
hat is ridiculous.
I love the hat. That went very smoothly compared to other runs of Dunskies I've been on. Oh, well, I hope. So the Void Matter makes the Diablo statue for your house, and something. It might just make the housing item. Oh, it makes.
Ooh, and a minion.
And a minion,
Gonna
yeah.
need on that.
Yeah. Let me know what you roll on that. So there's a statue of the Diablos we just fought, and of the Queen that you can make with the Void Matter.
How do I know what I roll on it?
If you open up your loot thing, it'll show you the numbers on everything.
Oh.
So what'd you get on her?
Oh, I rolled a 69 on the toy.
Okay. I will pass in case
I didn't
you...
roll high enough for the stuff.
Oh, someone
For the
got a
cards.
90 now. 91. Or my co-healer got a 91, so. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I did win those pants, though, despite everything.
Nice.
Nice indeed. I didn't get any commendations.
That's hella rude.
I know. I thought my co-healer would at least commendate me. Do not relax your guard yet, Akali. The air is still heavy with his foul presence. Already taken care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it. Be careful, Captain. Diablos yet lurks in the shadows. I do like the kitty's angry face. Oh. Finally, I have claimed the Shadow Queen's power for mine own, yet still am I harried by you noisome weevils. I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You've still got a job to do. Doink. My work here is unfinished. In Caesar's name, I unmake thee, Diablos. My master's will be done. Ah, 15 centuries have I yearned for this power. Thou cannot unmake me. No, no. should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart, and damn the consequences. Heh, I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? Look at you, puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last. I'll give you that much. Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making. And I'd rather break every bone in me body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diablos is dead and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity it cost me the Ramel, in the doing of it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Leoford appears to be mourning the loss of Ramel, which is a ship. People actually died on this whole adventure. Bah, me goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles. And a new airship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught else diving headlong into a void scent nest. Now we've taken the skies back, it's time that we were taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell, unless of course you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. You bootlickers might think your voice is a siren song, but it grates on me ears like a harpy's screech. Now this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals the way it's always been. You're a very stubborn man, Red Bill, but you'll do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. Head back to me quarters and see to the fur ball's hurts. I'll be along in a bit. My arm is still in fact shattered. God, I look so cool with my hat. I feel so foolish, Akali. I demanded that Leoford remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. You are too kind. What words exist that can properly express my contrition? I know not how to even begin making my apologies. You like to approach the captain, but he has an air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramel which troubles him so? Nay. I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let us leave him for the moment. You can toss out the machi matter in your pocket that we got. That was what was used to upgrade your gear, but they give it to you automatically upgraded, so it's of no use to us.
And I threw it on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it was matchy coins. It was coins. Oh, the matchy matter was what you used to get materia. It was like crystals and whatnot. Yeah. Either way, it is of no use.
It's gone now. Doesn't
we don't
matter
get
what
the
it
coins
was
anymore. I really just want to jump on your table.
Oh, I wanted to jump on his bed.
The captain is not his usual bombastic self. Perhaps Seneca can enlighten us to the source of his uncharacteristic malaise. Mistress Stasia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the Ramel? Pray tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leoford's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. From what Leoford has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from a faraway land. Leoford cared for her as my lady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her into Thrall's halls. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him, not before she passed on. However, she wrung from him one single promise, that he escape the conformity that she had always endured, and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Ramel, and that's her portrait there, hanging on the wall. Ah, that explains much. I had wondered as to the origin of his vessel's naming. Yeah, it tried to... I think I mentioned when we kind of first started this that it's not my favorite of the 24-man raid stories, because it tried to throw in a lot of Easter eggs, I think, all at once. It was like, oh, here's the Final Fantasy XII kind of Sky Pirate theme, and the Final Fantasy VII Cat Sip, and the Final Fantasy VIII Diablos, and like, while also keeping the Final Fantasy XIV lore in it with Machi and a whole bunch of other stuff, and it was kind of like, okay. Like, we could do without at least one of these things. But yeah, it was a lot of Easter eggs all sort of like bundled together into a very weird story. The dungeons themselves were really good. I think the story itself was kind of weak, and not a lot of people liked it, so they didn't do a lore raid for a while. A Final Fantasy, like a 24-man raid lore story, so. Because it was not well liked, but it wasn't well liked for the reasons that, like, that I think they felt. They're like, oh, they didn't like the lore. And it's like, no, it wasn't the lore. It was literally everything else. Because the story of Machi and Ampador and the War of the Magi is one of my favorite little tidbits from Final Fantasy XIV. I just think they did it kind of poorly. The Sky Pirate has the Sky Pirate Way is the life Leoford chose for him, but I like to think he named his ship the Ramel, so that his mother could be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stasia? I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep that tidbit to yourselves, eh? And I thought I told you to see to the Furbill's wounds. Look at your cape, puss, it's in tatters. Come here for a moment. A scarf for me? Aye, so that's a little present we give to every new Red Bill. Ramel taught me that it's not protected memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories in the first place. See how determined you were to clean up your master's slate? I'd say you fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a husk of metal than lose them, as can share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, puss. There's no need for apologies. A Sky Pirate makes his choice, and he sticks by it. The life of a Sky Pirate, As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose now, I shall accept your offer. I am yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. The first duty is to join us in giving our adventure here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye. But honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we can say our fond farewells. This man's arm is still actually broken, though. He's just swinging it around. There they are. Did you see? Cat Sith is wearing a Red Bill scarf. Isn't that just wonderful? For 15 centuries did I wander the dark alone. To be surrounded by companions and given a new hearth to call home fills me with a warmth I had almost forgotten was possible. He looks really cute with his little scarf. We have a spare airship the captain can use for now until he feels ready to build a new one. It's time we parted ways, Cully. Let's give an escort down to Coldwind. I actually need to go to Idleshire after this. Can I get a ride to Idleshire? That was some adventure, Cully, but our journey to the unknown is over. For the now. When the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you do. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely in this life there is no greater reward. I am a hot mess of colors and fashion. I do not look very good. I'm about to make things worse for myself. So before we head off, we need to go to Idleshire and upgrade the gear that has not already been upgraded. We should start with the top and work your way down. If you had got stuff from, was it 270? This stuff is 260. Yeah, upgrade the stuff. Upgrade your. Mine's called Hailstrom, but I don't think yours is called that. A Hellfire. Upgrade Hellfire stuff first, and then we'll go from there if we have the things to spare. Okie dokie. You're gonna be warrior. It's Alagon, Tombstone, Prophetic, DOW2. That's what your stuff is gonna be. Because you want Augmented Shire. So I have a fancy hat now. So I want to get the coat. And I want the gloves. Yours is always going to be the first one in the list. Do you need me to tell you what it actually is?
No. You said Augmented Shire, yeah?
Yeah, Augmented Shire Custodian stuff. You're the custodian.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do I need? I believe I have... the belt. Guess I should get new boots. Oh my god, it's so bad. Alright, I'm gonna hang on to my remainder, because the pants are fine. And I have other classes to upgrade.
Ooh, I cannot afford the pants.
That's okay, you just got pants.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're good.
I skipped belted pants because I already just upgraded them.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure I had enough for shoes.
Let me see your outfit.
Hold on.
Ooh. You look nice. I like the top to that outfit a lot. It's very sleek. Just can't wear the circlet, huh?
No.
Rip.
Oh, I can, actually.
Well, you can't see it. Oh!
Can I just put it on?
Oh! You're wearing a hat! That's right, you turned off headpieces because you didn't like the one you were wearing. Do you have a, do you have a glamour prism I can borrow?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have it?
I think it's in your chocobo saddlebag.
It is. That's where I keep them. Glamour prism or clear?
No, just a not a clear, a glamour one.
Okay.
Thank you. I know. I feel the same. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you giving me 2 gil? You're the one giving me stuff. Absolute walnut. Okay. I know. I love this hat a lot, but let's go back to Reverend Toll. You look very nice, Miss Q. I like your armor. I thought they were gonna do a duet. I was really excited for it. I don't have time to stand here all day. Oh, I think one of my favorite cutscenes ever is about to happen. I'm super jazzed for it. My own grief is as crushing a weight upon my heart, and when I think of what Yida must be feeling, Papalymo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. All I want to do is weep, but right now we need to hold back the tears and do what must be done. I'm sure other people have things to say about Papalymo. They told us what happened with Papalymo, and forgive me, there are simply no words. Konolo greatly admired Papalymo and aspired to achieve the same lofty height of magecraft. His loss was a terrible blow to the Scions. My brother may wrap himself in steel, but he is a man of tender heart. Witness his concern for the pain of his dear friend endures. As much as we wish it were different, there is a limit to what our healing can accomplish. Even the most powerful magics can do naught for a grieving heart. I have a long road ahead of me before I match the Archons in skill and experience, but we must all do our part in times like this. Surely there is something I can do to help. Sacrificing oneself for one's duty. Such actions remind me of the warriors of Doma, of the samurai and shinobi who died for our cause. Once Ida returns, I'll see that she sits down to her favorite dish. When you feel empty inside, it is easy to forget that your belly needs to be filled. The interminable wait for the news from Gridania seems to be taking its toll on Alisaie. Akali, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will be shortly reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yashtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stone in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Da-da-da-da-da.
word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Yeah, this man has the big power of anime.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Rianjay sees the strangest shit happen outside these doors.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Well, I have a free teleport to Gridania, so goodbye. Goodbye forever.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, it's very sunny and foggy. It's like weirdly orange in Gridania. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Yes, my boy.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
It would be most appreciated. This man is a wanted criminal.
Who is this man?
That's a good question, Emric. The indignant, just like, who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
Yeah. He just announced his whole fucking shit.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity.
He's so fucking rude. He's so rude.
And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
So he's being a huge cock right now. Like an unbelievable massive donger. However, it bears noting that he is the only one who has been, you can't just send her to do everything, because that's stupid. And one day she will fail. Or could fail. And I think it's kind of like, it's almost one of the nicer things someone has said about us. Because we have been tossed into everything in the hopes that it will work out. And he knows.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No. He said what he said, not because he cares about us. But because he definitely wants to put his hands on Omega. I love Nero, though. He makes a convincing case. He wants us on his side.
He makes me grind my teeth, is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
I love this cutscene. It's so good.
Love Emmerich. Who is this man?
Who? His indignant, like, it's so funny. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. That's a good fucking point. Whew. Alphino is eager to join Sid and the others. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Do we have to go to the airship? We do. So the fastest way is the main Gridania Aetherite Plaza. I'm lost. I'm spinning in circles.
And I just jumped down.
Where is everyone? Akali, Alphino ready to go. The others have stepped onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yuguri are... well, here they are now. I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations before we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us! How foolish of me! Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. Well, Alphino speaks with his colleagues. I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Akali, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I shall feel safer knowing that you are present to entertain our guest. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you are ready to leave. You're traveling with Master Garland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland had to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. What are you looking at? Oh, that's fair. I do not care for that man. That's fine. Strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? What do you want to ride on the whale? See, I can land my whale in the middle of the square. Thanks, it's just a baby. Can I go over these? Yes. Whoosh. Warrior Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the beast tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could, while the senior scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency. Ah, the determination upon their faces. There is nothing more blinding than your youth burning with purpose. I'll get to you in a second, Nero. Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. One was created to capture Bahamut, and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder? We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alags were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it would be bad. I know Nero's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? Yes, Tataru. Don't be rude. This is a man that's not fucking impressed.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Don't call us savages. That will be getting us on an even worse foot.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Oh, Tataru.
He's speechless. I thought he was gonna square up with Elfino for a second.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Who is this man?
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
Fuck. Yes,
The Empire! You giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh. Akali, wait! Could I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? New clothes. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on now if you like.
It's a school uniform.
Kind of. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. We have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light. Let's just say it makes all this practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. I know. It's cute. We're not gonna wear this. First of all, the monocle blows. But before we head into Stormblood, I will switch to this outfit, and you can dye it any color you want. But we just got this outfit, these new Shire clothes, so we'll wear them. Just the two unexpected guests, then? Still, I suspect that each will prove useful in his own way. How dare he mock the Scions like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. Jesus, Tatar. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Truly, I had no idea Domans could be so loud. He and Yuguri could hardly be more different. Ugh, I think he's gonna fit right in. The Mach 14 Thermocoil Boil Blaster. Dear me, how risible must the previous 13 iterations have been? I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. This man... I sincerely love this man. You are awful. He's just so terrible. Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Elfino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Kali, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of the security. How quickly we replaced Papalimo. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready.
We only got 4 pieces of gear from Tataru, right?
Yes. Okay. It's headpiece, top, skirt, and shoes. There were no gloves.
Good.
Are you gonna wear them?
I'm gonna put them in my glamour chest as soon as or in my armoire or something.
Yeah, they have to go in the glamour chest. They are not seasonal. But it's cute that we got clothes. I know they're not the greatest, but it's cute that we got clothes. Because she made some for everybody. Well, not Thancred. Thancred's still in dirty wild man clothes, but...
But he got a new outfit anyway.
Yeah. Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero. Alright. Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies? I was a bit lost for a while back there, but I'll be fine. Trust me. Soon, Omega, soon, I will see you rise again. Oh, this is a trustworthy man. We have to break party.
Oh.
You haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Getsetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Hey, I do PvP here.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Hero's like, I am also here, though.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Samurai wasn't a class yet at this point, so that's why he gets a special little intro.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
It's the same when Thancred when Yaguri fought for us for the first time. It was when they were introducing ninja.
It's all over now.
Alice got the special red mage. The only thing they haven't done it for was the Heavensward classes, which is a shame. But
I have you.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
Tis my right to strike.
You watching, Papalimo?
An opening.
Look upon a samurai of summer.
surrender! We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back.
Where'd you get this number?
Behold, the Red Baron! Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor! Forward, for the Empire! The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
No holding back.
So, his Magitech can do lots of cool shit.
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of summer.
Hey, don't touch me.
You watching, Papalimo?
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
Tis my right to strike.
This one'll sting.
An opening.
Oh, sorry.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
Well, I blew my benediction, like, such as...
Look upon a samurai of Dhamma!
You watching, Pabaliro?
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel!
It's all over now.
Your defense is nothing.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
It'll be fine.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Pabalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose. Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way.
So since the dragon was summoned with dragon eyes, does that mean its ether doesn't have to be returned to the world like it does with crystals? Like we destroy the primals so the ether can go back.
Yeah, it's I don't know the answer to that. I know that. Okay, well, let's throw some things out there. Because we have Omega in this picture, we know who that dragon is based on Final Fantasy XIV lore. Omega and Shinryu, the dragon, have been ancient. They are rivals. Over and over again. They are arch enemies. So that dragon is Shinryu. That name is not a spoiler whatsoever. The issue with Shinryu is that it is an incredibly destructive dragon that was born out of rage and desire for revenge. So regardless of his ether is a problem or not, he needs to be stopped because otherwise he will destroy everything in its path, regardless. I don't have a question. I don't have an answer to the Aether thing because I don't rightly know because
What
of
about
how the uniqueness of how he was born.
Since Shinryu is a dragon, could we take his eyes, or is he a primal first?
He's a primal first.
Okay.
And the eyes are a source.
Okay. So he doesn't have any eyes that we can take.
He has Nidhogg's eyes, but they are not like his eyes.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Nidhogg's eyes are the fuel, like the beating heart, I would say. To this.
I see.
So, regardless, that dragon has to go because it is a raging mass of revenge. Also, Nidhogg's eyes are just chilling out in it. And if anyone were to get their hands on Nidhogg's eyes, it would be very, very bad. I came as soon as I heard the Excelsior had been spotted on its approach. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Alphino has the look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Kosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yuguri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. There's also the problem with Omega, and we don't know what that thing is capable or what it will do, or only that it was the downfall of the Allagons. There was many downfalls of the Allagons. That was just one piece. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. Another calamity averted, eh? How many times now have you and yours hold us back from the brink? 'Twould seem Garland's little friend was as good as his word. Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss, all of this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. Emmerich, you're beautiful, but you are such a dum-dum. Just such a dum-dum. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Garabanya. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combats were engulfed in a blinding flash of light, and when the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could only think of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer it to such. That this Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have alas no eyes on the Garabanyan side of the border. Aye, which is why we've sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tuapan to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border, and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of life coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's status system, so even if it had fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurance is too much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garabanya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given an inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. The operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad of the chance to begin reparations of our past inaction. Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the Trollswood would surely have been laid to waste. To go oversee operations on Balsar's Wall, you have done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal and rest while you may. When the Imperial emerged, I was for an instant transported back to Cartano, to the moment the Black Worm made an eighth hell of the battlefield. Gladly would I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again. I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. If, as seems like when we put Omega into stasis after, what did they call it? Ah yes, after Shinryu was defeated, we should have little to fear from either one of them. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Y'shtola and the others have gathered at the Emmerich Spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what became of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. I think it's just faster to teleport right to the hut. Oh, there's mushrooms for me to kill. Sorry, I had to kill some mushrooms.
I heard you whisper it, it's okay.
No trace of cocoons remain, 'tis as if it never existed. Oh, thank the 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, I concede, but if you had seen what I saw...
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalymo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. As should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taro and my sister. And that's it. That is Heavensward to completion. Ooh. We might have something to turn in at the end of the credits, but from here on in, it is going to be Stormblood. So next week, next Saturday, I'm going to finish off the Heavensward dungeons and do some job quests because they are in dire need of being done. That will probably take the entirety of the stream. And so then we will do, we will start Stormblood on Sunday proper. And we'll take that all the way to the end. Does that sound like a plan? Yeah. So what did you think while we let some of these credits slip on through?
I had no idea what was going on with Ida. I was confused until the end.
Yeah. Ida. I don't think it was a bad reveal because they have all the way back in the ARR patches after Moonbrita dies. Riona, who runs the store there, was like, you need to tell that girl to get herself a new mask because she looks terrible in that old clunky thing. And Nita was all like, I can't let go of this mask, she just doesn't understand. So it was lined up well enough that there was more to her than it appeared. It's still ballsy to take one of the original characters and be like, no, she was someone else the whole time. Because Thancred and Y'shtola, Papalymo, and Minfilia, and Ida, those are not the original team's characters. Those are from they're all from 1.0. They were someone else's story and design. So it's always kind of like, oh, you're killing off some of them. Interesting. And one by one, they've sort of picked them off. So we've lost Louis Swan, we've lost Minfilia, and we've lost Papalymo now. And the characters that are new to A Realm Reborn, like Alize and Alphino, have sort of taken front and center. So if they remove more of the original son... Yeah, you're right, Ida's dead too, so... What are the remainders? Thancred and Y'shtola? I do not believe Urianger was there in 1.0. I believe he is also new. But I can't say for certain. But yeah, so I think it's just Thancred and Y'shtola as the remainder. So, but you can see, and I think they made a good choice. Kryl is very good. I think they made a good choice by removing the Scions mostly from Heavensward, and slowly reintroducing them. With sort of like renewed, not necessarily purpose, but like they've been through some shit and they're a little off because of it. Like, Thingrid's much different from a Romer-born Thingrid, as is your Stola. And I think that was a good choice that they've done there. I have, we will see a lot more Lys in Stormblood, because it's all about, as you can see, the Alamigo and Doma sort of storylines. I don't much care for Lys and the path that they decided for her, but we will get through that when we get through that. I have a lot of issues with Lys, and I don't much care for her. Kryl is good though. I enjoy Kryl a lot as a new character, and I enjoy Urianger a lot too. I like what they have done with his character thus far. It's not. Without spoiling too much, I think she gets a lot that I find undeserving in the storyline that we go through with her. And it will be easier to explain once we get there. But I just don't feel like a lot of what happens to her is something that she had enough character development to obtain. But to each their own opinion. That's just how I felt about it. I don't like trashing female characters because there's not enough of them, but when they're done bad, they're done bad. But I'm gonna hit skip because I'm sure we have a cutscene. No, we don't. But we do have to finish the quest. Okay. You should have seen the look on Tataru's face when I recounted Lys's... I realize in retrospect that I should perhaps have waited for you to return. I told Alice. Apologies. He may have mentioned, but Alphino has appraised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. There we go. Quick, march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready for their retribution. It's almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Imbird. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Oh, do we meet him? We do. Yeah, people love this man's voice. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's Wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. And hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us, my lord. Their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved to be a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Okay. So, I'm gonna log out very quickly so that we can watch the Stormblood video real quick to prep us for next week.
Ooh, fancy, fancy.
thought they animated you great. Yay. And that will be on Sunday. We will start Stormblood. Oh, I've seen this. This used to be the opening screen. Oh. Dun, dun. So yeah, Sunday we will start Stormblood. There is a lot I have to wrap up with job quests and a couple of dungeons that are still left to do, and I will get that done. And then we will start fresh with Stormblood on Sunday. So a week from now we will we'll tackle that good storyline. And fight the Garlean empires and try and save all those countries under siege. It'll be good times. But thank you so much for being here. It's been fun. It was long, but we got it all done. We got everything we needed to get done. So that was good. Did you enjoy it, Miss Q?
I did. I had a good time.
Yes. So I'm gonna call it here. But thank you again for being here. I will be... What's tomorrow? Monday?
Yes.
I am off tomorrow, but I will be back on Tuesday for more Banjo-Kazooie and Nier Automata. We don't need to watch that again. But more Nier Automata. Banjo-Kazooie at 2 p.m. and Nier Automata at 6 p.m. all EST. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a lovely evening. Carly and I are gonna go have some dinner. It's gonna be delicious. Bye-bye.
Bye.